Hello. Yeah. Wow. Yes, yeah. But
Is that person?
you're late.
Okay, yeah. I'll call the phone.
Is your mic on?
Probably.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Mueller.
Is
Okay,
there-
we'll start with the roll call.
Yeah.
Commissioner or Chair Mueller.
Here.
Commissioners Tonda,
Here.
Habib,
Here.
Blake,
Here.
Wilson. I don't see him present. Kumar.
Here.
And Downey has an excused absence. If I may also declare the posting of the agenda.
Yes.
Tonight's meeting agenda was duly noticed and posted in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.2.
Pledge of allegiance. Commissioner Habib, could you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, public comment. Members of the public are entitled to address the planning commission concerning any item within the Morgan Hill Planning Commission subject matter jurisdiction. Public comments are limited to no more than 3 minutes, except for certain specific exceptions. The commission is prohibited from discussing or taking action on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. So this is for public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers? Oh, yeah.
I'd like to remind the audience, if you're joining us today using Zoom and wish to provide public comment, you may do so by using the raised hand feature. If you're calling in using your phone, you can dial *9 and then dial *6 to speak. You can also send us an email at pcpubliccomment@morganhill.ca.gov. Each speaker will receive 3 minutes. If you wish to speak on the behalf of someone else, you will receive 1 additional minute per speaker. If you are speaking on the behalf of 4 or more people, your comments will be limited to a total of 7 minutes. Please make sure to state each person's name for the record. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any speakers?
There are no speakers.
Okay, no email comments or anything? Okay, thank you. I'll close the public comment. We'll go orders of the day. Is there any reason to change the orders? Anybody has? No, then we'll proceed on orders. First thing is for the April 11th meeting minutes. Does somebody care to make
I make a motion to accept April 11 meeting minutes.
Second.
motion to accept and has been made and seconded? Jenna, would you call the roll, please?
Chair Mueller,
Yes.
Commissioners Tonda,
Aye.
Habib,
Aye.
Blake,
Yes.
Kumar. Yes. And Wilson is not here and Downey's absent. Motion passes 502.
With that, we'll move on to other business. Is Chris coming? There he is. I didn't see him. Sorry, Chris. Okay, this is a public projects update. Chris?
Good evening, Commissioners. Chris Gioni, Public Services Director. Just here to provide an update on all the various public projects that are city projects that we have going on. Was asked to do that so you guys know what's in the know for our city projects. So I'm just going to jump straight into it. A few projects on the list. I'm happy to stop and explain anything if you'd want to do that, or take questions, or take them all at the end. Either way is just fine. But I think going to start with one of the projects everyone's interested in is our Hale Avenue Extension project. I think everyone's seen a lot of progress in that. We have a roundabout on Dunn Avenue. And to the south of that roundabout, connecting to the DeWitt and Spring area, the roadway is substantially completed. We're going through punch list items on the roadway and finishing stuff in landscaping. And that southern section, that's below the orange circle to the blue circle there. That should be opened potentially before the end of the month. And the signal at Spring and DeWitt activated. Now, the northern section, north of Dunn Avenue to Main Avenue, is going to be a little bit later for opening later this year or early next year. The reason that that's taking a little while longer is kind of where that red circle is, where the Water District is building a tunnel under Nob Hill for our big flood control project that I'm going to talk about in a minute. And that tunnel and that area is just being cleared out, and they'll be starting that roadway work pretty quickly here. They're doing intersection work in the flood control project this summer at the Main and Hale intersection, and then we'll be able to put the signal in and finish that. So then that portion of the Hale Avenue extension will be complete, and we'll have another roadway there. Just talking about the Valley Water Flood Control Project. So there's basically 3 phases that they've broken this project into, and I'll show you a little more on the phasing on the next slide. But the first phase is Watsonville Road to Silvera Lake, and they did that section first. That's where all their mitigation happens. So Silvera Lake has all these plantings and mitigations done. And if you're at Watsonville Road, you kind of see and look south, you see the big channel that they've dug south to Silvera Lake. That is completed. They then had a second phase, which was the remainder of the project, got broken up into 2 phases for funding reasons. So phase 2A is what's under construction now. And that's basically from Main Avenue to Cialino Avenue. And you can see on the picture here, it shows both the tunnel section, which goes under Nob Hill, and the double box culvert, which will go under Hale Avenue to Main Avenue, and then south in where the tunnel pops out near Dunn Avenue and Del Monte Avenue. It then goes to the double box culvert section, goes under Del Monte Avenue, over to Cialino, and then opens up at the creek to the south. So that's 2A, that's under construction. The double box culvert to the south of Del Monte is substantially complete. Del Monte still closed right now, south of Dunn. We expect the final paving to happen later this month as well, likely to be opened early next month. So that section of Del Monte south of Dunn later opened up early next month, and then the tunnel to be completed, and the remaining work in phase 2A is the work you kind of see happening slightly north of Main. It goes about 200 feet north of Main, and then the Main Avenue intersection. That's what's going to happen this summer, and then that section will be complete. 2B is the remainder of the project. You can kind of see on this chart here, the project's broken up into a number of reaches, but everyone kind of asks, hey, we built this big channel from Watsonville Road south to Silvera. Can't we unplug the blockage underneath Watsonville Road to stop some of that flooding in the La Crosse area. And the reason we can't do that is there are reaches south of Morgan Hill that still need to be completed, where channels need to be built and the channels need to be widened. So that will happen in phase 2B. And then we'll begin to start seeing the improvements to flood control in the next few years. Phase 2B is getting ready to be put out to bid by Valley Water. We've been working closely with them, and is not funded yet per se, but Valley Water's had some really good news from the federal government. I believe they're going to be receiving a significant amount of funding. So they intend to bid, and likely will have the funding to complete this project in the next, 3 to 4 years. Start it within the next year and complete it within the next 3 or 4 years. And this is a project like Hale Avenue that's been on the books for 60 plus years. So we're excited that we've helped to get these projects done. So with that said, just a note on this project for this summer, Main Avenue north of Hale Avenue, north of Main. You see that it's closed right now. It'll be reopened before school starts. And then that roadway will be open there. There'll be a lot of work in the intersection of Main and Hale, but Main going east and west, there'll be 2 lanes of traffic left open the entire time. They're just going to kind of move it back and forth between the intersection. All right. So I just want to talk to you about pavement rehabilitation. We've been doing.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So, if I'm coming like Santa Teresa from South San Jose, I'll be able to continue over Main and then cut through Morgan Hill to get to that roundabout?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
exactly.
okay.
So
Wow.
where you have like a 3-way stop at Main and Hale right now, that would continue onward, and there'll be a signal there. You would head south and you'd hit the roundabout at Dunn Avenue on the new Hale extension.
If you actually look closely, you can see some of it.
Yeah.
You can see where the cut in the road is,
Yeah, the project, we actually broke up ourselves because the remainder of the project, we are cost sharing with Valley Water. So they'll build the section basically from Warren Avenue south to Main and the signal. Valley Water's building that. We're paying for the roadway portions of it through a cost share because it was right in their project area. So pavement rehab, we've been consistently doing projects for the last, I'd say 6 or 7 years on pavement rehabilitation throughout the city. Just in the last couple of years, our PCI has increased. I actually have 70. We are at 75 and we were at 73. And this is our overall weighted PCI for all of our streets. We were at 73 just a couple of years ago, and half a decade ago, we were at around 70, trending downward, and we brought our PCI up through funding that comes from the state SB1 gas tax, and Measure B from VTA has also provided, the last Measure B has provided funding, and then we've actually kicked in our own funding over the last several years, and we've seen a significant improvement.
Chris, before we move on, the public may not understand what PCI is and what's important about it.
Thank you, Chair. It's a pavement condition index. So any street segment can get rated from 0 to 100 on the pavement condition index. And the overall number that I share is weighted for all the city streets.
Right. And if it gets below 70, I think the cost really escalates on what it takes to bring us up.
Yeah, it's all on a sliding curve. The lower it goes, the more costly the treatment is to repair it. So by keeping your streets at a higher PCI, it will eventually cost us less money, because instead of reconstructing roadways, we're just resealing roadways before they need to be reconstructed. So for our 2023 project that we just bid, it still has to be approved by council, but the roadways we're going to be doing our Main Avenue between Monterey and Butterfield. If you remember, you may have noticed a couple summers ago, we redid Main Avenue east of Butterfield with bike lanes and a lot of improvements, repaved the whole thing. This will basically continue that. for that section between Main Avenue, between Butterfield Avenue and Monterey. So it's in pretty bad shape. It goes across the railroad tracks. So we'll be doing that. And then all the streets in the La Crosse area that are direct side streets off of La Crosse will be repaved this summer. And we're also going to do a small section of Middle Avenue between Monterey and the railroad tracks, and that is at the south end of the city, but is in completely terrible shape and is a major issue for maintenance. And then we'd be doing Oakview Circle in Jackson Oaks that we did not do last year with the project in Jackson Oaks because we have a water main that we're replacing under that area early in the summer. And then the following year, these are the streets we'll be doing. We're doing the East Dunn overpass. That's taken us a little longer to get on the plan because we have to work with Caltrans to do that. And then we'll be doing work on Del Monte, Keystone by Britain, and then East Central, San Pedro, and a few other streets in those areas. And then the big area in 2025, we'll be looking at resealing and doing work on the entirety of Monterey Road south of Cochrane, as well as some major improvements to curb ramps, medians, bike lanes, and we received a $4 million or awarded a $4 million competitive grant from the MTC. So it's what we call One Bay Area grant, but it was competitive for the entire region, and we've received that to redo Monterey Road. And the other big area will be looking at Yagas Road out towards Woodland Estates, which is another big area that needs some work. All right, so jumping from
Chris, before you do that question, is Hill Road and Tennant part of Morgan Hill?
that's actually outside Morgan Hill in the county. We just go really over to Barrett is the city limits.
Yeah, because I noticed we did Hill Road and then
It stopped.
Yeah, and that whole part is just broken.
Yeah,
So who fixes that?
the county.
Okay.
So jumping from pavement to paved trails, this is our Madrone Channel Trail. We paved a portion from Cochrane to Main Avenue with grant funding a couple years ago. This is on Valley Water property that we have a joint use agreement to do, and we'll be paving from Main Avenue south to Tennant Avenue. So we'll be completing that paved bike trail there. We estimate we're probably going to finish that later this year. We have the grant funding in place. We just it's taking us a little while to get things out to bid. We have a little limitation on our own staff resources to get all these projects out to bid. But we think that one will be done pretty quick. The design is complete and we should be bidding it shortly. Magical Bridge Playground, yay, it's done. I'm sure you've all seen that, but we have a couple cool different things that are happening. We are getting a retreat hut, which is like a little hut for kids who have autism or other issues that they can go hideaway in, and that's through another donation we're getting from someone who works with Magical Bridge. So that's cool, and then we're working on more solutions for more shade in the park area as well. And since we're talking about Magical Bridge, I'm just jumping over to Community Park. We've started doing improvements in that area too, and we're funding several different things. We've constructed 2 new picnic areas that are next to the Magical Bridge. One is kind of up on the hill that overlooks it. One is near the basketball courts. They're just small picnic areas, but they've been real useful for the community. And then pickleball courts. So you may have noticed we converted or put lines on our existing basketball court at Community Park, and it became a shared pickleball court and basketball court. And if you go out there any morning, you'll see dozens and dozens of people playing pickleball on the basketball court. And so we are looking to construct 4 pickleball courts actually right next to the basketball court there. And that construction will probably begin in the late summer. We're just getting ready to bid the project. We have through state grant, we have new trash cans that should be going out through the whole park. If you drive by, you'll see them sitting in the parking lot right now, but they should be delivered. And then another cool thing, we have Leadership Morgan Hill will be renovating the I put gazebo area. That's a mistake. It's the stage area, but it's the first building. If the parking lot, they're going to be renovating that picnic area and putting a big mural on it. So we're super excited about that. So that's their annual project for this year. They're working with our Library Culture and Arts Commission on that. And then right next to that, next to the Magical Bridge, we've been working with Rotary on developing a tree planting and another little kind of not a formal picnic area, but seating area too next to the park there. So lots of stuff in the works for Community Park. We have partnered with Pony Baseball, who's going to help us redo some of the fields there. And we are working on renovation of the pathway and figuring out how to fix the old pond circulation system. So those are the things we're working on at Community Park. Lots of exciting stuff. Drive over to Galvin Park. Since we're talking to parks, we have a new restroom that's installed, almost ready for use. Just a little bit of electrical things need to be finished. And then we'll be working potentially to develop a mural on that restroom as well. But that's a restroom like we have at Railroad Park and the Magical Bridge, which is a self-cleaning restroom, which helps us in a lot of different ways. And it's kind of a high-tech thing, but it helps reduce the staff costs associated with dealing with a restroom in the parks. So drive by Galvin Park, you'll see that is up there. All right, this is a fun one, talking about the West Little Yagas Creek Trail extension. So as I think most people know from, we have a trail from Spring Avenue south to basically Watsonville Road. We have a trail system, paved like ped trail, and we are planning to extend that trail. Actually, we've done a lot of the work to do it already, but we're working on a couple pieces. So currently what we're working on is, you see the red line on the screen, south of Watsonville Road. We have new trails that basically connect from Watsonville Road to Silvera Lake, as well as one that goes on the other side. And we have an art sculpture in there. It's a sculpture by Evelyn Davis, who's done a lot of the wildlife trail art for us. And the reason those aren't open yet, because that pavement's been in there for a good amount of time, is we are adding some traffic control devices. One at Watsonville Road, which is called a hawk signal. It's basically like a traffic signal to get traffic to stop so people can safely cross Watsonville Road, because that's a pretty high use street. And then one at East Middle Avenue will be a smaller type of flashing beacon to help people cross there. Those are being installed right now. They're actually working on them right today. So within the next couple of weeks, we'll be looking to open the trails up. What we don't have is these future phases that we need to do significantly more work on. And that is the trail on the south side of the lake. Although it's paved as an access road that Valley Water put in when they did their project, we need to develop a way to get there. That would be a bridge from the existing trails we just talked about over. And we also would need to connect it to Sunnyside. We need potential private property owners' permission to get through that way, because there's private street there. So I'm working on that. Alternatively to the private street, we've looked at this other alignment, which would require acquisition from a different private property owner, but to connect that. So we're working on those things actively, kind of in the planning, trail planning phase for those trails. Jumping for trails to fire station. We have our third fire station project is out to bid right now, and it's going to be located by the courthouse or the courthouse and the VTA parking lot. So it is out to bid. Bids are due, I believe, in the end of next week, and we'd be going to council in June and potentially starting work on this project this summer. And then just our utility system. I know people don't always like to hear about that, but I like to talk about that because it's probably the most important, one of the most important things we do in the city. We've actually completed a lot of big projects in the last couple of years, and that includes a major sewer main down 5th Street that relieves some of the capacity needs there. And then we have been every year, kind of like our pavement project, doing an annual rehabilitation and replacement project for sewer mains across the city. So we're making good progress in repairing our aging infrastructure. And we actually, last fall, winter, we completed citywide CCTV inspection of all the sewer lines in the entire city. So we understand where all the deficiencies are and are now just working to fix them. So that's super exciting for me. You guys don't seem too excited, but you know.
Oh, it's very, very, very exciting.
Yeah. So some of the other things relating to utility projects, our treatment plant expansion, our treatment plant that we share with Gilroy is having a major expansion. The SCRAW JPA is doing the work, but we fund it. Us as ratepayers who live in the city have to pay for it, and they're expanding, or developers that are building in the city pay into these projects. So our treatment plant expansion is underway. And we have just bid the 2023 sewer repair and replacement project. So that's happening too. And we're replacing some of the aging generators and all of our lift stations and wells. So that's exciting for us too. Now we have a bunch of stuff that is in design, including the construction of new water wells. So we're looking for locations and we'll be designing potentially 2 new water wells within the next, designing and constructing those wells in the next 2 years. And then a big one, it's going to be one of the biggest projects we've ever done ourselves, is a new sewer trunk line that goes down to that treatment plant. That is 95% designed. And we have been acquiring easements down in Gilroy to complete the reconstruction work ahead of building that. And we could be building that trunk line in 2024. So we're working on that. We are working on a new water tank or reservoir on East Dunn to help with reliability there. And then we have across the city started water main replacement projects similar to the sewer line replacement projects. And we've renovated multiple of our sewer lift stations, and we're working on 2 more right now. So we're keeping our utility systems up to snuff. Here's another exciting one. The Planning Commission, many of you talked about this a few years ago, but if you've seen, the CCC parking lot is under construction and there's no access from Depot and Church Street. Well, this project kind of puts the roadway through the parking lot and creates 2 separate parking lots without losing any parking spaces. This project is almost done. At least for the parking lot phases, not the buildings next to it. But we may be opening a portion of the access off Monterey as early as next week, maybe the week after. But we're getting really close, and we'll be restriping and sealing the existing community center parking lot hopefully next week. And we'll see this thing kind of return to normal. So there's a picture that I took, I think Friday, but there's been even more progress since then. So excited that this will be done. I know it's been a thorn for a lot of people, so it's exciting. Then the one I get asked about more than any other project in the world is the El Toro Trail. When can we climb to the top of El Toro? And unfortunately, I still can't give you an answer to that. We are actively working on acquiring a trailhead and access from the south. That's near DeWitt and Spring Avenue right there. So we are actively working on that, but I don't have a timeline until we get that first access before we start really doing the trail planning up the hill, which we would do in partnership with the Open Space Authority. The thought is always we would develop the trailheads and they would manage the trail system.
So is it a church? You're working the trailheads near the church there?
We've been talking with the church. We've talked to a few other property owners too. Obviously, the church has had some items before the commission in the past that you guys have talked about, but that's one of the options.
Going up the hill, is it private property or?
Most of the front side is public property, either city owned or open space owned, but the current trail that goes up basically cuts through private property or cuts through unusable property. And then if you go to get up there and you're going to the trail up to the peak, it moves over onto private property on the backside and goes onto someone's private property. So there's no fully public path up there.
Any other questions? Wayne?
I had a couple quizzes. I really appreciate the presentation and all that you've done. Super. The first question I had, or a set of questions that had to do with pavement rehab.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're limiting yourself to, when you say reconstruction, that's resurfacing, probably not the reconstruction of streets and then some major street sealing.
Yeah, we're doing a couple different things. We've done some, we don't do a lot of full reconstruction. I didn't kind of use that term correctly, but we have done some. We do some full reconstruction, some just grind and overlay, some just overlay, some we do hold in place recycling, so CIR, and then we do sealing, we do crack sealing, and then we do slurry sealing. Yeah.
You don't really then do any kind of surface sealing on residential streets?
No, we do.
You do?
Yeah.
I didn't see that on that list.
Yeah, we put the street list, but we don't always put the exact treatment type. So sometimes it's sealing and sometimes it's more of an overlay. In most cases, we've been focusing the first part of our focus. We've only was on our arterial streets and some collectors, and we've just got into over the last couple of years doing the neighborhood streets. And in most cases, when we're hitting the worst streets, they're beyond the point of just sealing. But we have done some sealing, especially when you see different segments. Some are in bad shape, some are in okay shape, right?
Okay. I notice you still are measuring the progress of our city streets by the average PCI. And we've, I think, already concluded that like 75 is a good condition. May I suggest again that you just say, take a look at your performance measure as the percent of streets at good, not the average, because the averages actually could be very misleading. And, if you have a target of 80% of all city streets are in good condition, that would be a way of measuring progress toward a good set of streets.
Yeah, we have that. We have those. I don't have it right in front of me, but I can share that with you too, because we have those statistics. And actually we'll be getting comprehensive update on our pavement condition. We get it about every 2 years. Now it's every 3 to 4 years where MTC funds it, and we have it this year. So the council's actually asked us to come back and talk about that specifically. I'd be happy to share that with you all too.
Will you be doing that in the annual review of the CIP?
It's going to come before the CIP comes around. So we're going to get to the street update this fall before the CIP comes around. And we do our budget biannually now. So it's every 2 years we update the CIP and the budget.
Okay. I was very interested in the new self-cleaning restrooms. They used to cost like $250,000 or so. I don't know if the price has come down, but I know that they're very expensive.
Yeah, they are expensive, and I would say your estimate is just about right for putting one in on its own. That's probably a little bit less than that for a park at Galvin Park, but any restroom is going to be, getting up near that range without the self-cleaning. We're probably paying, I would say, at least $75,000 more for the self-cleaning restroom, but it negates the daytime staffing need, and we just do the cleaning at night. And it has prevented a lot of vandalism. So it saves us on the operating end significantly.
And those are all good reasons to do it. I was just wondering what the impact is, if any, on the attractability of those units to the homeless.
It prevents misuse because someone can't stay in there. The doors open if someone's in there, and then they lock themselves at night. So it prevents that misuse. So we don't get as much vandalism because you can't stay in there. They're all set on these timers and systems to manage that.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've seen way less vandalism in the self-cleaning restrooms.
Okay. Is the third fire station that's being built off of Butterfield the last fire station for the city?
Well, the last one that I'm going to be building, but But it's what we need for the current general plan. Jennifer could jump in, but that's through our current general plan period. That's what we need.
Okay. Is that location have the optimize the impact in a positive way for all the residences to the east of 101?
So Jennifer might help you with this. Our fire chief would say yes, the location works, and I believe their standards of coverage survey said that, right?
Okay, well, I just noticed it was to the west of 101 versus to the east, but I guess somebody has done an analysis that says it's still
Yeah, the fire department
Okay.
has done that.
okay. And I'm really pleased to see the progress on the sewer expansion, the plant expansion, as well as the trunk line. And my presumption is that the activities on those two key pieces of our infrastructure address the growth that we've experienced just in the past few years and would anticipate maybe for the next decade or so.
Correct.
Okay. And yeah, the last question I had, and I think you already answered it, but will we be seeing seeing and reviewing for environmental reasons, the annual CIP? Often it is in May, I think.
Yeah, it's every 2 years now because we're on a biannual budget. So the CIP for the last couple of years has been approved every 2 years.
So it'll be approved next year.
Yeah,
That's why we have the status report this year.
I think you got the status report on projects because someone on the commission asked for it, but yeah, the formal review of the CIP ahead of the council review will happen probably next. I think we target April.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions? I get just one, Chris. When I saw the presentation at the EDC, that's why I asked Chris to come. You talked a little bit about phase 2 of the Hale extension. And I didn't remember you saying anything about it tonight.
Yeah, I didn't. So phase 2 of the Hale Avenue extension is Commissioner Mueller is talking about. It's actually in a county, in the county, and it's from the northern end of DeWitt. It kind of cuts from partway up DeWitt and aligns with Sunnyside. The county actually owns some property at that intersection of Sunnyside and Edmondson. And we have a plan line. We in the county have a plan line to complete that. But that would be a county project. Not that we can't partner with them, but that would be a county project. And it's something we're going to start working with them. Well, we have started working with them on in a couple exploratory ways, but continue to work with them on. And that would be the next phase of realignment. But it is a county. It's completely in the county, that area.
Okay. Do we have any speakers? All in the
Yes.
public hearing.
We have Joe Baranowski.
Is this, hello? Yeah. Commissioner Tonda, I greatly appreciate that your question represents an awareness of the situation with the fire response times on the east side of 101, especially on the northeast side. In 2019, the city completed an assessment of coverage assessment in participation with the city of Gilroy and the South County Fire Department. And the consultant that was chosen, one of the main reasons they chose them was because they're known for proprietary vehicular traffic monitoring, not using just regular Waze data. And what the output of that study showed is that there's a dead zone centered right at target, right? And the industry standard response time of 7.5 minutes, which includes 4 minutes of travel time, was mapped in key areas of the city where the current response time in 2019, where none of the massive amount of construction that's occurring in that area. So no Redwood, no Crosswinds, no Cochran Commons Phase 2, no auto dealerships in that area. They concluded that at that time, so none of that was going on. And the response times were roughly 50% below the generally accepted standard. And yes, the third fire station is going to help. But they considered what the impact of that would be. And they determined that, again, with none of the existing construction, it would not reduce the during peak hours, which is when most of the emergency calls come in, especially for EMS service, during the PM peak hours especially, that a third fire station located where it's going to be built is not the solution, the long-term solution for the east side of 101. And this is not my data. That's the conclusive summary from that study. But I do appreciate the question. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
There are no more speakers.
Any emails?
No emails.
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing part. I think we've had our round of asking questions. Thank you, Chris, very much for the information. And we're ready to move on to our public hearing. And this is on a text change to the administrative CO zoning district, administrative office. Matt?
Good evening, Chair Mueller, Commissioners, my fellow Morgan Hill teammates and members of the public, Matt Mayhood, Economic Development Director. I'm here this evening in partnership with our planning department and our principal planner, Adam Paskowski, to talk about an administrative office zoning text amendment proposal. Oops. Get myself situated here. All right. So the project that we have before you is an administrative office, the CO zoning text amendment. It's amending section 18.24.020 the chapter 18.24 of Title 18 zoning to allow vehicle related uses and other compatible uses on minimum 1 acre lots. And the request tonight is for the Planning Commission to adopt a resolution recommending City Council approval of the zoning text amendment. This evening, I'm going to give you an overview of the reasons why we're suggesting this amendment. And Adam will go into the details of the what. First off, the city's economic development focus has been on implementing the economic blueprint strategies and actions that help build long-term fiscal sustainability and improve the quality of life for all of our residents. This is achieved by attracting jobs and commercial investment, which generate revenues to support essential city services and critical city infrastructure. So economic development, our team, we're really focused on jobs and revenue. This was affirmed at the City Council's 2022 and 23 strategic planning session. There are 5 strategic priorities by the City Council, and we're addressing 2 of these strategic priorities tonight. One, physical sustainability, and the second one is economic development. When you drill down further into the City Council's strategic priorities around economic development, they affirmed their support for the 2017 Economic Development Blueprint and our work in the 4 industry areas of innovation, advanced manufacturing, retail, tourism, and healthcare. The proposal we have before you today really focuses on the category of retail. And within our work program for our 2023 retail goals in the Economic Development Division, we have 5 criteria or 5 focus areas. And 2 of these focus areas that I'm focused on today are, one, that we will continue to focus on the development of auto dealers and hotels within the city. And the third is, and the second is to develop commercial lands. So within the retail industry sector, these are our priority work. And the 2 things that are highlighted here really help us achieve these goals that we've set for ourselves as a city. And again, these are priorities that were affirmed by the City Council in the strategic planning session that we shared with them earlier this year. It's important to note as it relates to retail sales tax, that sales tax accounts for 24% of our general fund. And when you look at the contributions to general fund, and again, the general fund is where we pay for essential city services, police and fire and critical infrastructure. It's really where the city council has the ability to use funds and appropriate funds as they see fit. Within that category of retail sales tax, you can see that the auto and transportation and fuel category accounts for 35% of the total retail sales tax category. And automotive and auto and transportation alone is 22%. And I think that's important to note that this is a significant contributor to the city's general fund. So just stepping back a little bit further to understand the impact of retail. If you look at this graph, it kind of depicts, and you've probably seen this graph before, our economic development team has used this in the past, but it's important to note that for every mid-scale to upper mid-scale hotel that you build, you'll create enough TOT tax or general fund to fund 1.5 police officers. If you build an auto dealer that's a general, well-performing auto dealership, you'll produce enough general fund to support 2.5 police officers on an annual basis. And if we were ever to build a Costco or have a Costco in our community, it would be about 4.5 police officers. That's the impact of retail sales and TOT tax on our community. And I will tell you that it is important to note that when it comes to tax generation per acre, hotels are the highest generating tax revenue generator per acre of any use that we have in the city. But we're not here to talk about hotels per se today. I want to focus again back on auto dealers as a tax generator. Auto dealers are one of the highest sales tax revenue generators that we have in our city. An average auto dealer in California generates approximately $59 million in gross annual sales. If you dribble that down and trickle that down into the local jurisdiction receiving, they receive about 1% of that, or $590,000 in local sales tax going into the general fund per auto dealer. That's a significant contribution to a city's general fund. So in 2002, the city council and the city started working and identifying an auto dealer strategy to start recruiting, identifying sites and recruiting auto dealers into the city of Morgan Hill. That strategy has been fairly successful over the course of time. We've recruited the Ford store Morgan Hill, Victory Honda, and the Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram dealer. We have also been marketing these 6 sites over the last several years as part of our Choose Morgan Hill campaign. These are 6 identified sites. Part of the auto dealer strategy was to pre-identify sites and working with the city council and working with planning to identify sites that would have the appropriate proximity and location that may attract an auto dealer. And auto dealers like sites that are freeway facing, high visibility, and generally have good access in and out of their location. So the city worked to identify these 6 locations. We've been marketing these locations to our community. We've been doing outreach into the business community and to our contacts, working with, over the course of many years, working with potential users to come to the Morgan Hill. Some of these conversations have gone farther than others, but here we are today, looking at these 6 sites and focusing on some of the challenges that we have in developing some of these sites. And one thing came very clear when we started identifying some of these sites is we have a disconnect with our general plan and the existing zoning in some of these districts. So if you look at this graph, it talks about sites A through F, and it kind of identifies some inconsistency when we did the general plan, what the zoning is and what the actual zoning district is within that district. And those things need to be aligned, and they're not necessarily aligned when we started looking at all of these properties. So if you were to have an auto dealer today The only property of these preferred auto dealer sites a dealer could go to would be Tenet and Juan Hernandez as it sits today. Condit and Diana is also approved. It's within a PD and was actually recently purchased by Family RV. The last piece is Cochrane at 101. That site is partial. So we have that site, and we'll get into this a little bit more detail, is zoned half commercial highway, half CO or administrative office. Okay. Digging down into our vacant commercial lands a little bit more. I know this chart's hard to see, but if it just, you step back a little bit and you take a look at the vacant commercial lands within the city of Morgan Hill, there are key sites, and many of the sites that we identified were on the previous slides, A through F, which we had identified as preferred sites. The reason this is important is because I think you are aware that through state legislation, SB 6 and AB 2011, that some commercial lands may be at risk for future development with turning over to residential use. So one of our strategies has been within the city is identifying potential ways of utilizing this land and what are the best practices that we can get into. So our best practices to making sure that our commercial lands aren't converted using AB 6 or SB 6 or AB 2011 is to make sure that we protect our commercial industrial lands is by developing them. If we leave them vacant and let them sit over time, we run the risk of having them converted to some other use that we don't necessarily can control. One of the other best practices is creating flexibility for potential users. Let's be creative. Let's add value to property so we have an opportunity for the economic development team to bring users who want to build and develop in Morgan Hill. We want to reduce barriers to entry for development and business. We want to simplify the process. We want to reduce the cost, and we want to reduce the timelines for approval to make sure developers see Morgan Hill as a business-friendly place to come. And the last thing is ultimately incentivize your preferred uses. If there's uses that you want to have in your city, you incentivize them. And in the past, we've used incentives to bring auto dealers to Morgan Hill, and it has paid off for us. The last thing I want to cover are barriers to development. Again, I want you to step back and think kind of a big picture. We have some things in our community that are barriers to development that we can control. But there are also a lot of barriers to development that we can't control, like the current economic conditions, that top bullet point, right? We can't control what's happening in the economy. A lot of conversations about, is the economy slowing? Are we going into a recession? We have rampant inflation. We have high interest rates. We have a banking crisis, or what could be a banking crisis. Chair Mueller and I were talking just before the meeting about, commercial properties and office and potential impacts to the banking industry. We can't control CEQA and the requirements that CEQA has on developments. We can't control the cost of construction, the high cost of construction that keeps going up with labor and materials. Cost of impact fees, especially in the city of Morgan Hill, where we're doing greenfield development, they're extremely high. We can't control the regional market. We compete for projects and users with San Jose in Gilroy. It's all about proximity and it's all about timing. And you do have other markets that are building projects in San Jose and in Gilroy that compete with Morgan Hill, and they compete for sales tax. The last few items on this list are more local issues. Zoning code inconsistency with the general plan. That goes back to the graphic that I showed earlier. The 0.5 FAR requirement in the general plan inhibits some development. Vehicle miles traveled versus LOS. The Monterey Road split zoning. We have some issues there that we need to address over time. And then we have some outdated PDs. So this is a long list and there's very few items that we can control. And I think it's important for us as a city and in the economic development team and our efforts working with planning to try to address those issues that we can control. And that's why we're here tonight. So this site at Cochrane and Highway 101 that the proposed text amendment has the most impact on. We're not hiding from that. We recognize that. The text amendment that we're proposing allows us the type of flexibility in the CO zoning code that we feel we need in economic development. There has been significant interest expressed on this site by an outside developer, not the existing owner, but an outside developer. And they want the whole site, not half of it, not a third of it, not 2/3. They want the whole site. We have a visionary use that uses and includes auto dealers, hotels, office, restaurant, and retail. Honestly, it's a game changer. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity for the city of Morgan Hill. We've been curating this relationship for 18 months since I've been in Morgan Hill and curating that relationship for 12 years prior to that. They're a known entity. They've expressed interest, and I think we have an opportunity to make this property more attractive to the potential investor and developer. We have an opportunity to reduce the barrier for any future development and to provide them with increased certainty as to how they may develop this property in the future. Again, we have an opportunity to create an opportunity for a lifetime in Morgan Hill to generate new sales tax, new TOT, and new property tax. You could build projects here that are supported by the DePaul Medical Center to the west and Cochrane Tech to the south. It's a perfect blend of projects for the west side. So tonight, I'm going to turn this over to Adam to get into the zoning code text amendments. I kind of told you the why. Now we're going to get into the what.
Great. Thank you. I'm Scott Skin, Principal Planner with the city. So this table really summarizes everything with the text amendments for the administrative office zoning district. So on here, we have the fast food and sit down restaurants, tasting rooms, general retail, vehicle rentals, vehicle repair and maintenance, and then vehicle sales and leasing as permitted uses. And then for conditional uses, we have proposed convenience market with fuel and service stations by itself. And then the last one on the list, vehicle washing. So as Matt mentioned, all these uses are being proposed as permitted or conditional only on lots that are size 1 acre or greater. And this map shows all those properties that are currently within the city that are zone CO. So there's a little bit of a background. As part of the 2035 general plan and the 2018 comprehensive zoning code update, it was envisioned to remove the administrative office zoning district and designate all properties that were zoned administrative office with a commercial land use. And so with that proposal as part of the EIR for the 2035 general plan and also the addendum to the EIR for the 2018 comprehensive zoning code update, they were both analyzed and evaluated that all parcels within those documents that were zoned administrative office to have their land use designation changed to commercial with a corresponding general commercial zoning district or a neighborhood commercial zoning district. So all those uses proposed by the administrative office zoning text amendment that I showed on the previous slide were all evaluated and proposed as part of the EIR for the 2035 general plan and the addendum to the EIR for the 2018 comprehensive zoning code update. However, as part of the hearing process for the 2018 comprehensive zoning code update, the planning commission at the time recommended to the city council, who they ultimately adopted, to retain the administrative office, the CO zoning district, which included several properties that were proposed to be rezoned to the other commercial zoning districts, such as the general commercial. So by looking at the staff reports from that time, the reason why the planning commission made that change, and some of you might recall, is that there was a existing development in some of these properties as there are today. And so it was proposed to keep the CO zone district. And there was also, it was also a way to limit the number of hotels that are permitted within the city. So by changing those properties to general commercial, hotels have been allowed on those properties as well. So as part of the CEQA analysis, the city of Morgan Hill has completed an environmental analysis and determined that there are no new significant environmental impacts or previously identified significant impacts made more severe by the project modifications. As I mentioned, these changes were evaluated underneath the 2035 general plan and also the 2018 zoning code update. So therefore, the city has determined that an addendum to the Morgan Hill 2035 general plan update EIR is the appropriate CEQA document for this project. And the last slide is that the staff recommendation is for your planning commission to open and close the public hearing and then adopt a resolution recommending that the city council approves the zone amendment for ZA 2023-002 for the administrative office zone and text amendment. And with that, that concludes our presentation. Both Matt and I are available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, let's do a round of clarifying questions. And then we'll do public comment and then we'll come back for discussion. So let's just go around the room. Mr. Habib.
Do you want to take a break for the students?
Can do that. You want to take a 10-minute break? 5-minute break, 10-minute break? Five, okay. So it's 5 minutes. Commissioner Habib, do you have any questions of staff?
No, at this time, sure.
Commissioner Kumar?
I was just wondering if we could get an explanation of the two state bills that you referenced. I had heard about it during our planning commission academy and it was rather alarming.
Rochambeau? I may defer to one of the two folks from the planning department here.
Can you restate your question? I'm sorry. The two state bills that are gonna possibly impact commercial properties that aren't being used within, I think it's like 3 or 5 years that haven't been. AB 2011 and SB 6 go into effect on July 1st. And that basically, if we have it designated a commercial property for some sort of use, there's a potential for that to be converted for the only thing that could save a property that we're learning now from AB 2011 is a plan development with a fully fleshed out master plan, not just the PD, but the master plan itself. SB 6 is still one of the laws that can be used across the board, no matter where you are. Okay, thank you.
Two minor questions. One of your slides had that for all of sales tax generated in Morgan Hill that 19% related to pools. And could you clarify that?
Yeah, it's not the type of pool you swim in. It's the county sales tax pool. So when there are sales tax are generated, mainly internet sales tax generation, there's a shared number that goes into a county pool and then it's divided up.
I got you. That wasn't intuitive at all. You want to, when you present this to the city council, put in parentheses, county stuff, county pool. The other one is more useful for us. It would be the site at Cochran and Highway 101, 29 acres. Is that the entire area or is that half of that quadrant?
The entire portion we're talking about is 29 acres.
All the entire 29?
The entire 29. And if my math is right, Jennifer, the northern, I know, look at me. The northern 13 acres is commercial highway. The southern 17 acres is commercial office or administrative office, CO. Got it. Yeah.
Okay, but we're talking about the entire site because I had the impression that after, the trucking activity went away, that there was still something else that the owners were pursuing. And I guess that hasn't at all reached fruition.
So Trammell Crow owns the parcel south of the parcels we're talking about here, and that's the Cochran Tech development they're grading the property and moving forward with the development. That's the 500,000 square feet of industrial space.
Okay. It would be helpful maybe if you put up that slide that showed that site and just describe for us what area you're talking about versus the area outside that's where development is being pursued.
It's actually best shown, yeah, right there.
Yeah. Okay, so
you can see my mouse here. So this is Cochran and this is Highway 101. This would be DePaul running this way. So this whole portion is the 29 acres and it's owned by Trammell Crow. The property south of where my mouse is that 30 acres, Jen? Approximately?
Yes, that's approximately 30 acres.
Yeah, approximately. And that's the Trammell Crow, the Cochran Tech or the former Redwood Tech industrial project. So the commercial office space, that we're talking about, the commercial office or administrative office, the CO, is these 17 acres here.
Thanks for that clarification.
Sure.
Okay, do you have any questions?
I know I don't, Chair. Yeah.
Okay, I have two. Could you elaborate a little bit on the minor vehicle maintenance repair use and the 1 acre?
Yeah, so the minor vehicle repair is the typical repair that you would see at an auto dealer, where major auto repair is something like collision or significant bodywork or engine complete reconstruction. There's two levels of vehicle repair and maintenance, and typically the major repair is only allowed in like heavy industrial space.
Right.
Okay.
But the minor, is that in addition to a car dealership?
It's what I think is an ancillary use that goes along with an auto dealer.
Would you have to call it out separately like that? I thought it was in the vehicle sales and leasing use automatically. Is vehicle maintenance and or vehicle the minor repair and general maintenance is part of an auto dealership.
Yeah, I would defer to the folks in planning on that one.
So the definition for the minor vehicle repair and maintenance is an establishment providing general service and maintenance of passenger cars and trucks, not exceeding 1.5 ton capacity. So it would include defective parts or replacement and repair of defective parts and gaskets external to the engine block.
Now read it for vehicle sales and leasing. There's an ancillary maintenance use in there that covers the general maintenance conditions that are part of a car dealership.
So it includes the sale of vehicle parts and vehicle repair, provided that these activities are incidental to the sale of the vehicles.
Wouldn't that cover what you're talking about?
Yes, if it's in the same building, yes. If it's a separate building or a separate use or on a separate property, then it could be, it wouldn't be incidental to that, to the vehicle sales.
Every car dealership I know of has a repair facility for warranty repairs at least, right? And some people go to them forever to do it until their warranties fail. It seems to me that covers what you're trying to get to here.
I think the idea of including it would be if there was a situation where a dealership wasn't selling the cars, but they had the maintenance option. You know, it was just a maintenance facility, but not necessarily a sales facility. So one example of that would be Tesla. So Tesla may sell cars, they may maintain cars, but the sale of the cars is much smaller in size. They usually don't have major display area, but they'll have the maintenance and it's much bigger. So that was the idea of having that flexibility depending on what was proposed overall as a future project. If you're thinking it was the idea of having Jiffy Lube or something like that next to a car dealership, that was not the idea.
But don't we open that door up if we use the vehicle maintenance section?
It's a possibility. But the overall, any future project would be going through an overall review. And it would have to, you know, I don't think if we're seeing a future application come forward, we're going to be looking at parcelization. We're going to be looking at a number of different things. It will come in as a project, not as a piecemeal.
Well, I guess my only question is if you tied it to a showroom type sales operation, which is the way we discussed it for the project across the street, I would be more comfortable than just putting in a vehicle maintenance thing that says, wait a minute, I can open up a car repair shop standalone. And it's permitted, as I recall, and we wouldn't have a lot of say.
You are correct in the sense that it may be too much flexibility as written.
Yeah.
There is the ability to put the superscript with limitations that are at the bottom of the use table.
That would work.
That
Some
would
way that,
express the connection.
some way it narrows it down so that we're not sort of opening up this Pandora's box, right? And keep it. Okay. Now the 1 acre.
Yeah, the 1 acre was, candidly, we wanted to allow these uses in commercial office, but when we started looking at other administrative office, I keep calling it commercial office because it's CO, so it just intuitively. Administrative office, we wanted to make sure that we weren't opening up any other properties in the city that would suddenly become a used car dealership. Like candidly, we didn't want to create those types of opportunities. So we made a purposeful attempt to make it over 1 acre, and that reduced the number of properties that would actually be involved with the type of the zoning change.
Yeah, so the one property that I can think of that could still play is Park Plaza off of Hale Avenue, right there north of Gallon Park. It's got 6 or 7 lots, I think. They're all under an acre, but they could surely be merged very easily to come under this. And they've been there as long as I've been in Morgan Hill, and I've lived here 40 years. So they're older buildings. I don't think any of them have been completely rebuilt at any point, but a 1 acre lot that, especially with Hale Avenue being improved all the way through the city. Yeah.
I do hear what you're saying, but I would also say that auto dealers, whether they're used or new car dealers, are all about proximity and location.
Yeah.
And they really want to be, it would be used car dealers would really want to be on Monterey Road. They'd want to be on Condit. They would want, or on the highway, they would really want high visibility.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Hale Road is quite the visibility they do.
I would agree with that, but maybe if we fix the minor maintenance with those restrictions, I'm not quite as concerned, but it could change it into partially commercial. Right? If they thought there was enough business there that they could do it. When you start talking about basic zoning changes like this, I worry about what haven't we thought of? Where would it do? My example is I never really thought mixed use flex was going to be anywhere but Monterey Road, right? But yet it's, on the other side of the freeway from.
And as you said, is those properties on Hale Avenue are older, they're aging, and so maybe this creates more flexibility for future development on that site that includes some type of retail or restaurant or other components.
And there were discussions about the 1 acre, whether it was limiting, whether it was too big, too small. But there is one of those sites that's been marketed, the 275 tenant, that's 1.24. So if we were looking at saying 5 acre minimum or whatever the number might be, it would eliminate that particular site. So we stuck with the 1 acre.
275 tenant is the office building at Vineyard and Tenant.
It's still the CO.
Okay, maybe because at one point medical offices were prohibited there.
Right.
And CO would allow medical office.
That's correct.
Yeah. That building's a lot newer than the other area we talked about, but it had some limitations due to its zoning.
One thing I want to clarify, I'm not sure if Adam and I talked about it in either of our presentations, was that in no case are we removing any uses of the CO that are existing in the CO. So all the existing uses are still permitted. And we did not purposely add hotels the CO in this text amendment. So they are not allowed in a CO.
And the fast food needs to be a permitted use before it can even apply for a CUP for the drive-through?
The fast food as it stands is a permitted use currently. It's a drive-through that creates the CUP.
Right, but when I first read it, it said permitted, and I thought, wait a minute, are we just generally allowing any number of drive-throughs now in this zone? And then I got into a detail and it's not. They still have to apply for a CUP.
That is correct.
Okay,
Public hearing.
yes. You have one question to staff, or did I go too long? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tanner.
No, he wants the public hearing.
Oh. So I actually did have a couple of clarifying questions, actually. So, Matt, maybe for you, how important are those 3 additional sites? And I say 3 additional sites because currently of the 6 preferred auto dealers, essentially about 2.5 can be allowed to have those uses. So can those 3 sites be marketed more, or is it really important to have a lot larger of a portfolio of sites?
So economic development's a funny business. You provide opportunities for users and developers to visit Morgan Hill, take a look at sites. They choose sites really based on the demographics of what they're looking for at that time. So a lot of it's about timing. It's also about the landowner, about their willingness to do a deal, to sell to a certain user or a developer. So some of our sites that we've been promoting as auto dealership sites, developers either aren't ready or they're not interested in an auto dealer, maybe at their site, they have other plans. So really, it's all about timing and bringing the parties together. And in this case, we have good timing and we have good partners at the table.
Okay, and is this more site specific? So for example, when you talk about the timing, I know you mentioned some of the discussions that have been occurring for the property site that is CH or off of Cochrane and 101. So is that more focused towards that property, or is it the same for the other properties?
Right now, like I said during my presentation, we've had significant interest expressed at the Cochrane and 101 property.
Okay, so it's more.
And we have marketed and we've had interest. And even before my time, there's been interest on other properties in Morgan Hill, and they just haven't come together. And these are things that you can spend weeks, months, and years working on, and then they fall apart. And a project may never come forward. But our goal in this case is to continue to provide flexibility and certainty to bring the parties together.
And along those lines as well, and it kind of ties to my second question then is, can a PD be used? Can that be used to, for example, increase the uses site specific rather than all across all CO based zoning areas that we're looking at? So in this case, I know you mentioned the same example off of Cochrane and 101. If we want to increase those uses, expand that use, we may have some relations are building for that. Can we do it that way rather than citywide or zoning wide?
That would typically on a per parcel basis, that would typically require a PD. And without a development, it doesn't really do anything. And that's sort of the history of how the city's developed. That's why we have so many of them. It's, well, we may want to do this. Let's put a PD here and we'll note that we really want to see this. And then someone will come one day and do just that. But that I can't think of another tool that we could use to change the zoning just for that site.
Usually with the zoning amendment for zoning text amendment, that's the best way to promote. Doing the PD, you're going to end up with the same thing that we have, as Jennifer mentioned, throughout the city. We're going to have shell PDs. And focusing on a particular site. It's,
So in this case, would the Shell PD would increase the uses though, right? I mean, wouldn't necessarily limit, okay, what can be made? It's not limiting, it's more expansive.
It's what a Shell PD doesn't do anything. Unless you flesh out that PD and put the uses that you would want to see, because you're
I
creating a
see.
special zoning district just for that parcel. My apologies for cutting you off.
No, that's all right. I was just gonna say, Shell PDs really have a hole in them. If you don't have the master plan in place,
Mhm.
a developer can come in and use the underlying zoning as it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so in order to do it, you really have to have the project there. Right? You have to have the whole master plan that you can sort of map out.
Mhm.
You can't just put it in place like we did years ago and
Mhm.
say first in gets to do it, right? Because the underlying zoning becomes the zoning until you have that master plan in place.
So up until a master plan is in place, then the PD and the expansive uses cannot take effect.
And you need a master plan. So you have to really plan that out. The other way to do that to allow the auto use is to change the zoning. And that would be a zoning map amendment, as Adam mentioned.
Hmm.
That would change the zoning to another district, but then everything in that district comes with it. For example, if we propose to change it to highway commercial, everything that's allowed in highway commercial would then apply to that, rather than adding a few different uses to the existing office zoning district.
I see. And in that case, would that be limiting for someone that wants to develop, say, for example, dealership, hotels, whatever else it might be for that site, fast food restaurants, to have them do a master plan in advance? Is that something that, for example, for economic development reasons, is that something that would, not really persuade or be a little bit more open for those types of developments to occur and be more of a limiting factor?
I'm not sure.
Oh, my answer to that from my years of experience is that's a barrier.
It is.
As long as you ask them to go through a whole new entitlement process versus what's under, the timing of the deal gets impacted,
I see.
right? And the risk of the deal gets impacted, which causes a real headache for the buyers.
Okay.
What they're trying to do with this is set it up so that basically everything is in place,
Mhm.
right? And you're cutting a deal and he's ready to go forward. But when you add a time delay, which a PD would add, a fairly significant one, potentially, that leads to risk and uncertainty,
I see.
which in a lot of markets is a major barrier.
Okay, thank you. And I think just one final question, and thank you, Chair. Or maybe a clarifying question as well is, when it comes to a community involvement, I know, well, actually, that's not a clarifying question. I'll take it back for discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's go to open public hearing. How many speaker cards do we have?
We have two.
Okay. I'm gonna remind speakers, if you send in material, we've read it. So keep your comments focused on the high points. Thank you. With that, please open the public hearing. Let everybody know how to. reach us.
Thank you, Chair Mueller. I'd just like to remind our audience, if you're calling in, feel free to dial *9 and then dial *6 to speak. You can also email us at pcpubliccomment@morganhill.ca.gov. The first speaker is Joe Baranowski. Miguel Jimenez.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Great. Good evening. My name is Miguel Jimenez and I live in Morgan Hill in the Mission Ranch neighborhood. I'm going to read the last few lines of the notice for the staff proposed amendment that was in the local paper. implementing minor amendments to the Administrative Office CO zoning district to allow vehicle-related uses and other compatible uses on minimum 1 acre lots. If you're a Morgan Hill resident sitting down to your morning coffee and reading the paper, do you have any idea what this means? It's somewhat esoteric. It's hard to discern exactly how this would impact you as a Morgan Hill resident. If you don't mind going to the next slide, I think the clicker isn't working. Great, thank you.
I'll be your Vanaway.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. So the next slide is page 31 from the staff report. It lists a number of parcels with the CO designation. You can see there's only 3 that are greater than 1 acre. The last one, 275 Tennant Avenue, already has a building on it. So for all intents and purposes, this really only impacts one major parcel in Morgan Hill. If you don't mind going to the next slide, please. And the north quadrant is designated CH already, which would allow for auto dealerships. So the proposed amendment, as discussed, would impact the CO designation, or kind of the pinkish property there where you see the arrow. Now, if the amendment is approved, it would allow an auto dealership on that CO land. No protection would remain to preserve this land for the uses the community and city leaders desires, as codified in the general plan with the existing CO designation, such as medical offices. Both of these parcels, if you approve this amendment, could become one giant auto mall, one giant auto dealership. Rather than an obscure zoning amendment that benefits one landowner, I think a transparent alternative approach would be optimal. The proposed development, it sounds exciting, a number of different uses should be shared with the community for input. Flexibility could mean utilizing the land closest to 101. If you don't mind going to the next slide, please, and just the one after that. Perfect, thank you. Flexibility could mean utilizing the land closest to 101 for auto dealerships while preserving the land closest to the DePaul Health Center and Westmont Senior Living Facility for office-related uses, the current CO definition. The proportion of land currently designated as CH and CO in these parcels could be maintained. I also want to highlight that the Santa Clara County approved a $25 million project to rehab the DePaul Health Center. In summary, I don't support the staff proposed zoning amendment that, for all intents and purposes, targets one specific large area of land in Morgan Hill to allow for auto dealerships. The public deserves to see a comprehensive proposal. Otherwise, you run the risk of just having one giant auto mall on this entire set of land. Thank you.
Questions? Okay, let's go to the next speaker.
Joe Baranowski. And then we have Susie Jimenez online who ceded her time to Joe.
Yes, good evening. When strategic priorities that are tightly coupled are considered in isolation, you end up with a lot of problems that the city's facing today. So I hope you recognize that when that presentation was made, right below economic development, which was highlighted, was transportation. Many of the key environmental impacts that affect residents, such as toxic air contamination, greenhouse gas effects, noise, circulation element, response times, are dependent directly on the number of cars on the road. That makes sense, right? So a new project, the impact is not determined by the use alone. It's determined by the uses and the size. So when the city insists that every use was studied in the 2035 general plan and makes statements that, well, that means that by inspection, that there can be no impact. That is nothing but completely unsubstantiated, right? So like on this slide, for example, where we have the 500,000 square feet warehouse going up, is not only illogical to believe that in 2016, somebody assumed that that project was going to be at that site, but also the general plan did not consider, well, if you build everything at FAR, if the general plan was studied for every single parcel in the city at FAR and you build under that, it would be okay. And the reason that wasn't done is because it would, the cost of development would be extraordinary, because people who were not building to max FAR would be running into the need to do mitigations. And so what we learned out of the Redwood project is that, in fact, every single project has a designation as to what was studied in the 2035 general plan. It's not just a general thing. Can you go to the next slide, please? So, for example, this picture here shows in that area what was in the 2030 general plan versus what has actually already been approved, or tonight what's being considered. And if you can scroll down a little bit, what you see is that, if you can go down, the conclusion to this slide is that what has actually been approved or now being considered compared to what was in the 2035 general plan, and from an impact analysis point of view, from a quantitative point of view, not from a logical what fits where, is that approximately, if you start being the equivalent of 2 or 3 car dealerships there, at that location is the equivalent. This bottom shows the number of trips daily, AM and peak, above anything ever considered in the general plan. These numbers are staggering, but to put it into context, it would be the equivalent of plopping 5 crosswinds in this area, 5. So the notion that you can just change the zoning district and then say, well, it's okay because those uses by name were in the 2035 general plan is nonsensical. The statements made in the addendum to justify this that suggests that because the project is not going to generate additional vehicle trips, those statements are just because they want that to be true. But it's not true. It's not true because those uses were never considered. It's shown on this drawing what was considered for the 30 acres under consideration today. No auto dealership was considered. There's only 3 places in the entire city where an auto dealership was considered in the general plan. So where the Ford dealership is, where the Hyundai dealership is, and where the truck dealership is on Condit. Those are the only 3 places where any new auto dealership was considered in this city. So you can't just wave your hands and say that it's okay. That's not how the 2035 general plan or any general plan works.
Hey, Joe, you're over your time.
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Joe, we have one question for you.
I have a quick question for you, Joe. I know you shared a clarifying question. You shared some of these traffic analyses, and it was mentioned that it can be a house of cards. Can you please elaborate or explain what you mean by that?
Yes. So it's exactly what I was saying, that if you look at the number, so probably the most fundamental principle in all of impact analysis of any of these impacts, whatever it is, but especially transportation, and CEQA demands that you have to consider cumulative effects, meaning viewed in connection with the effect of past projects, the effects of current project and probable future projects.
Mm-hmm.
as we continue to look at these piecemeal one by one, we're throwing massive amounts of traffic, 5 times what was ever put, that anyone has ever considered. At the same time, those considerations assumed there was going to be roadway infrastructure improvements like the extension of Mission View Drive to Murphy, like the widening of Cochrane all the way through that corridor.
Okay,
It's going to collapse. The house of cards is going to collapse. And the losers are going to be Morgan Hill residents. That's what I meant by that.
I see. Thank you so much. Appreciate the clarification.
Okay, do we have any more speakers?
I don't see any more speakers.
Any emails?
Then do we, no emails?
No emails? Okay, with that, I'll close the public hearing. Okay, now, do we have any new questions of anything?
Yeah, I have some of staff.
Okay,
Okay. When we, in the report, it states that there's no significant environmental impact with the proposal. In other words, with the amendment to allow projects like an auto dealership specifically within the zoning that we have for office. Could you explain that a little bit more? The previous speaker spoke about some numbers. I was a bit curious about how he came up with those numbers because there was an assumption of 2 or 3 dealerships on that parcel that we're talking about, which of course doubles the numbers. I don't know how that occurred, but could you speak to when you say that there'll be no environmental impacts that as it relates to traffic, what is meant by that?
So the analysis is on the proposed text amendments, not for a specific site. And so when the project does come forward, any project for within any zoning district, that project will be analyzed and evaluated at that time when the application is submitted and when the plan division evaluates that project. And we do a CEQA analysis or a CEQA determination on that project.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. We're talking about no impacts with respect to a text change, although there may or may not be impacts with an actual project.
Correct.
Okay, and we won't know that until at what point when a project comes forward that is permitted?
When any project is brought forward, when either a property owner or developer submits an application to the city.
Okay, but the planning commission would not even see a project like this, an auto dealership, at all. It wouldn't come before us because it's permitted.
It depends on what other approvals would be needed. The use itself, if it doesn't comprise anything else that would be under planning commission's jurisdiction, then yes. But if it needs a map that you would need to approve, if it included a use that had a CUP requirement, it would come to you. So there's a lot of different reasons why it would come forward as well.
Come before the city council?
Well, only on appeal, they would come to the planning commission. So if it's a big enough project that it's significant, needs a design permit, it would be elevated to the commission. If it needed a tentative map with multiple parcels or whatever it would be, those are the times when it would come. The discussion about the drive-through, if there was a drive-through included, that automatically is a CUP that comes to the planning commission.
and given a project this size, it very well could be considered significant.
Okay, as I thought about parcel of land, 29 acres, or let's say you take 10 acres of that, and it's an auto dealership. And you compared that with office space. And I understand the logic because office space, 10 acres is probably not going to develop and probably be converted to residential if nothing is done, because that's sort of the way it's going now. Region-wide, office is not moving at all, and therefore could very well become residential. That if you take a look at that space though, and if it were converted or if it were developed as office miraculously, and you took a look at the peak hour trips, and office is very directly related to peak hour trips for those people who come to work versus do it remotely. And you compare that against an auto dealership, which all of us go to. And there aren't all that many people who work there. And for the customers, we come all different times of the day. And if you're buying a car, it's probably not AM peak and PM peak. It's probably other times of the day. To me, it would just seem like there'd be a lot less trips during peak hour associated with an auto dealership versus an office. That's just intuitively, and with my 40 years experience in the business, it's just, that was my initial thought, that probably auto dealerships have less of an impact than office, and definitely less than residential. But okay, I appreciate that, the clarification on where it stands environmental impact report wise. A concern I had was in the report, it said that the opportunities for medical offices on the site, if the amendment is approved, that what this would do is it would mean that there would be no protection would remain to preserve this land for uses that the community and the city leaders had previously desired as codified in the general plan, such as medical offices. And I didn't understand that. If somebody wanted to put a medical office there, they couldn't with the amendment, but they could right now.
I believe you're referring to a public comment that was submitted. That was not in the staff report.
Oh, that, okay.
The text amendment that we're proposing does not change any of the existing uses within the CO, the administrative office, and medical uses are allowed. And we're not removing any of those uses.
Okay, so medical uses are allowed.
The medical office is allowed in that space.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's fine.
Other questions? Okay, so I have one question before we go on, and that was the discussion we had about minor auto repair and the potential of using a subscript or something. Does the commission think that would be a good idea?
I do.
I do.
Well, or Joe, if we could, and we have here vehicle repair, maintenance, minor, it's permitted. You want to just change that to conditional?
No. What I'm saying is, I believe the intent was they were thinking in terms of vehicle repair associated with a car dealership. That's already allowed.
Oh, yeah.
Under the definition of a car dealership.
That's under vehicle sales and leasing.
Correct. Yeah, under vehicle sales and leasing. So, but what there is a potential of a showroom type sales where there may be a maintenance that might be separate from the building, which would cause a problem. And what I was proposing was a text like or a note like the 1 acre that would say that any vehicle maintenance facility has to be associated
With a dealership.
with a dealership.
It can be a standalone G.
So it can't be a standalone.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's an example, there was a Mercedes-Benz repair facility that would like to open up. They wouldn't be allowed to open up here. They're not sales, they're not leasing, they just do maintenance
Right.
for high-end vehicles.
Right.
Okay, and
Yeah, it's like the example, Jennifer mentioned, right? Tesla, the car comes to you if you buy it, but you go to just a repair place, that's all they have. They don't have a dealership.
Right, but the repair place may be associated or next to, or even in the same building as the showroom where they sell or lease the cars. I don't know
Yeah,
exactly.
but
what-
Tesla might just have 3 cars, right?
Yeah,
Model Y, Model.
But that's,
Yeah,
we treated that as an auto showroom in
Hmm.
in another project, okay? And I think in reality, it's the same thing, right? It's just a different mirror. In fact, to me, there's a lot of advantages because there isn't a field of 500 cars sitting
Right.
around.
but it's
Right.
still associated with a.
It's still associated with that.
Not
dealership.
standalone.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha.
The key is in vehicle sales and leasing, any maintenance is incidental to the sales. So this would allow a different balance of vehicle maintenance versus sales. If with that caveat that you just mentioned.
Yeah, so that would be a caveat I'd like to see added to that particular use. I think staff's preferred way to was do like almost a footnote that basically it says that like they're doing the 1 acre and it meets the requirement of what they're talking about. So in any discussion of a resolution approval or something like that, I would like to see that amendment in place.
And Joe, just a clarification, what was the reason? I'm not sure if I'm understanding what the reason is.
If you leave it the way they suggested, a guy could come in and put a standalone vehicle maintenance repair facility. And
Okay.
that's not what the economic development team was looking for. What they're looking for is car dealerships.
Like you could put up 5 Jiffy Lubes.
Yeah,
Oh, I see.
right.
But for economic development purposes, that still generates taxes.
What generates taxes is the vehicle sales.
New car sales.
But doesn't services also generate taxes?
Yeah, but it's ancillary to the dealership. It's not like a standalone Jiffy Lube or a standalone something else to me, which wouldn't attract what appears to be a land that we're still trying to attract people to Morgan Hill that don't necessarily live here to spend a bunch of money.
I see.
Okay, right? And I don't want to cloud the picture with somebody doing a standalone thing that isn't really focused on what we're trying to develop.
Yeah.
Hmm.
This is like large scale development, attracting people to come from wherever to buy cars in Morgan Hill rather than going all the way to Gilroy.
Yeah, and one of the other things I'm thinking about this as you're explaining that, Chair, too, is when it comes to vehicular types of uses. It's kind of interesting because if I'm not mistaken, if you have certain types of businesses that seem to be competing, Lowe's, Home Depots, or other types of businesses or retail services in a general area or a location that's within the vicinity of each other, it actually complements them. And the reason I'm thinking that too is, if there's vehicular maintenance shops in a dealership and other types of vehicle uses available, it becomes a vehicle type of location for people to come. They come doing maintenance. They might check out a couple of dealerships, vehicles for sales, and so on and so forth. So it can be complementary. I understand, where you're coming from also is not coming with the intent of what economic development is doing, but from a step back perspective, it might actually be complementary if you have different types of vehicle related uses on site. I see where you're coming from.
I think what you want to do is have it all focused on the vehicle sales, right? Because that's where the money
The
is.
most money, okay.
Any other questions?
No, I'm good.
Okay, now.
I do have, go ahead.
I was going to make a motion.
Oh, I just had a couple of questions, if that's okay. So this actually goes back onto a couple of the public comments, commentary has mentioned, and I believe a couple of the comments that we received. That was in regards to public notice. I understand the point that, Miguel, for example, is making when it comes to understanding the text, because oftentimes it can be a little bit convoluted and difficult to understand. And given the fact that this historically site has been a point of substantial community interest, I wouldn't necessarily feel as comfortable, knowing that we were able to have the discussion and conversation on this without really many members of the community understanding what is actually being talked about. I know there's different ways that the communication team is able to reach out to the community and, in this case, sending the text notification on a newspaper versus on the website, what's happening in the Primal Code project and so on and so forth. I don't know, that's just a comment, I think, is just my own personal difficulty kind of when it comes to the discussion that we're having right now and how it can potentially be impactful for that site that we have historically had so much community interest in, and it being a Primal Core project and so on and so forth. So with that said too, the other thing I'm considering as I'm looking at the text amendments is, given that we are expanding the uses today and looking at the zoning, personally, I think I'd be more comfortable with seeing conditional uses more so than outright permitted uses. I know we had the discussion a little bit briefly also on master plans, PDs, things that we can, really allow people to allow individuals who want to have dealerships made and developed to do so. But I think having the ability for at least some points of community involvement, such as a conditional use, would be something I'd be more comfortable with, knowing that that's just another involvement in the process of the community members. Given that with the understanding this whole zoning was developed and created with such a substantial amount of community input, when the general plan was implemented and created, and I think being respectful of that, given there's a substantial amount of changes that would be occurring, that more of these permitted uses be conditional. So again, just my general thoughts and comments about what we have today.
I think there's going to be potentially a couple of different times when we could see this project. And we're dealing with a text amendment. We got to be very careful and not focusing on one potential project, right? Because given our relatively recent history, and Morgan Hill says all the good intentions are not done until the ink is completely dry on the last paper and we're ready to send the press release. Okay. Is somebody wanting to make a motion?
I did, and I preface it by really agreeing with you, Commissioner, that as so often is the case in our attempt to be a brevity, we described it to public things that are even hard for some of us to understand what it really means. And I think this is an example. The redeeming thing about today, though, is that we're merely making a recommendation for another public hearing where it goes before the city council. And everybody in the affected community and everybody else who wishes to participate would have in a sense, second bite at the apple. And maybe staff could consider providing a description of things that is a little bit more intuitive for the layperson. And I know it's really a challenge because you need to legally get everything correct also, and that makes it very tough. And having said that, I'd like to recommend that we adopt a resolution recommending that the city council approve the zoning amendment that includes the permitted land uses in table 18.24-1 in the staff presentation. If you could be so kind as to put that up. Okay, with the clarification regarding vehicle repair and maintenance, minor, that Joe had explained. And if we could see that, and Mohammed, you had also brought up, should all of these things be permitted? I think it was that one right there. Just the one before that. Yeah, there you go. So that's specifically what we'd be acting upon. And I propose we adopt it as is with one exception, and that's the third from the bottom. That instead of being permitted is instead some type of asterisk, as Joe explained, that would relate it to a project that included vehicle sales and leasing. That good, Joe?
As the staff will wordsmith it a little bit. Yeah, that's
Okay.
what the intention is.
Second emotion.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Jenna, would you call the roll, please?
Chair Mueller,
Yes.
Commissioners Tonda,
Aye.
Habib,
No.
Lake,
Yes.
and Kumar.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with 2 absent.
Okay.
So, and Commissioner Habib, in our staff report to council, we will explain your reasoning.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Director's report.
All right, we do have one item coming to you for the next planning commission meeting. It will be Crosswinds. A long-standing development that we've been waiting for some time. It got held up during environmental due to some issues with the Madrone outfall and Valley Water. So everyone's worked together. That now is ready. And Adam will be back at the next meeting presenting that item. We are also looking at doing possibly a legal education portion of the meeting, and we'll be getting back to you on details for that. That's all I have this evening. Happy to answer any other questions.
You're not going to tell us we all got reappointed?
Well, you've got your personal email.
The email, but-
Yes, all four commissioners were reappointed.
Congratulations.
Okay, the only thing I was suggesting is, since I know we previously talked about the legal one, those two state laws that are coming effective July 1
Yes.
may be of higher priority than the other one we talked about. Okay,
And we'll talk about it. We're actually working on a whole new process to address any applications. And I have been informed by a couple different folks that we will be receiving them.
yes,
So it's just a matter of time.
okay. Anything else? Meeting adjourned.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Yes.